Okay, this is mm, testing. So needs to be testing. It's very strange.
Well, hello, good afternoon, and a very warm welcome back to live continued coverage of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour. It is the Denmark weekend of the season. We are at the Slangerup Dart Club in Denmark for Pro Tours 9 and 10, the penultimate weekend of the season. I'm Alex Moss. I'm going to be calling you through the coverage for the rest of the day. We are down to the last 16 here. And this matchup, we've got Victor Tingstrom against Mindaugas Barauskas. It is Sweden against Lithuania. And the man you can see on your screen right now, Victor Tingstrom, a PDC tour card holder, got his tour card at the start of 2025. One of, I think, 4 or 5 Swedish players to get their tour card at Q School. It is the first time we have seen him play on the Nordic and Baltic Tour this year. He's been focusing on the Pro Tour that first year, playing against the PDC professionals. As for Barauskas, a player that we've seen very regularly play in the PDC World Cup of Darts alongside his partner Darius Labanauskas. And we are at the business end of the tournament today and tomorrow. We've got Pro Tour action before the season comes to a close, with events 11 and 12 in Norway. These two players will be looking to get themselves into the very first edition of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship, which is a brand new tournament on the calendar this year, where it's going to be the top 24 players qualifying for that. And with finishes like that from Barauskas, a 110 finish to hold his throw in 15 darts, you expect to see him there. Victor Tingstrom, he'll have a little bit of work to do this weekend, and if he elects to play in that final weekend, to get his spot in the field as well. And that tournament as well, they are playing for the Jan Hoffman Trophy, a tournament named after one of the big figureheads in the Nordic and Baltic darts region. And there's going to be €6,500 on the line for that title as well, plus a spot in the World Championships at Alexandra Palace for the winner of that tournament. That's coming up at the end of October. Before then, though, lots of darts to be played both this weekend and in that final weekend coming up in Norway. Play got underway actually just after 11 o'clock local time in Denmark. We started off with a field of just under 60 players in the end. And we had 4 PDC tour card holders, Victor Tingstrom being one of them, Oscar Lukasiak in the field as well, Benjamin Drew Royce from Denmark, his first appearance on the Nordic and Baltic Tour this year, and the man you can see at the back of your picture there, it's hard not to miss him, Cord Decker, playing on the Nordic and Baltic Tour this weekend as well. Barauskas getting off the mark in that first leg with that 110 finish, but it looks like it will be a hold coming up here for Tingstrom. He is down to a finish after 12 darts. And he will come back in a moment. Tries to leave himself a better finish, just strays into that treble 3 there. Barauskas, all he can do is try and put some pressure on the Tingstrom throw when he comes back. And again, he goes loose with his last dart there. Tingstrom, someone that we've seen part of the Mission brand of players. He signed a new contract with the manufacturer quite recently, and almost following in Barauskas' footsteps there with a 110 finish of his own, going a different route there, just missing the double top. He will come back in a moment though, as Barauskas going astray with that single one with his first dart ends the shot. He tidies it up there, leaves himself on 70. Tops for Tingstrom, goes low to double 10, which he finds with his second dart. We do have a level game in this last 16 tie, a spot in the quarterfinals up for grabs. The prize money does start to jump as we get towards the business end of the tournament. Getting to the quarterfinals will earn you €200, semi-finals €300, a runner-up €600, and then the title today €1,200. So a chance to really make a big jump in that Pro Tour ranking on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. Currently, we are seeing Andreas Harrison is the man to beat in the Nordic and Baltic Tour so far this year. He is the only player that has won 2 titles on the tour this year. We've had 8 events so far 7 different winners. We've not had a real dominant force on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. We think back to the times when Kim Viljanen, he won 3 years on the trot. He was top of the rankings, and in one particular year picked up 7 titles in 2017. The titles, they have been shared around so far this year, and I guess that shows the competitive edge that we've got in the Nordic and Baltic region now. A lot more players coming to the fore. We're seeing that standard go up. More players are making their mark on the tour as well. And case in point with the players that we're seeing on the professional tour in the PDC, we do have 6 players from the Nordic and Baltic region that have tour cards right now. 2 of them, they're doing so well on the tour, we can't actually see them on the Nordic and Baltic tour anymore. Madars Rasma and Jeffrey de Graaf, players that have both won the Nordic and Baltic Tour before. They're in that top 64, not able to play on the tour. But these 2 are still there, and Brauskas finds tops with his last start to leave, finds the treble 20 there to leave tops with his last start rather. He will come back in a moment because Tingstrom quite far away in this leg, searching for a treble, but he won't get himself down to a finish. So it's tops for Barauskas for another holder throw to edge back in front. Can't find it with that handful of darts, but he will be coming back because Tingstrom stranded on 248. All he can do is apply some pressure here, which he does there with a 140. Just a little tap on the shoulder there for Barauskas, but it doesn't do anything. He finds tops with that first dart, and he retakes the lead in this one, 2-1 to the Lithuanian. All 3 legs so far going with the throw. It is a race to 6 legs. All the matches on the Nordic and Baltic Tour from the first round right through to the final are the best of 11 legs. Mirrors what the format is in a lot of the Pro Tour events that you see in the PDC. Currently just looking through the other games that are going on, you can see behind us we've got plenty of games going on, plenty of players that you'll recognise. Kordeka, who I mentioned a moment ago, Oscar Lukasiak. Lukasiak currently 1 leg all with Daniel Larsson, a battle of the Swedish players there. Kordeka, he's got a bit of a mountain to climb, 5-2 down against Marco Cantelli. We do have 2 players already through to the quarterfinals. That is Andreas Harrison and Edwin Torbjornsson. And once again, another leg which looks to be going with a comfortable hold of throw here. Tingstrom down to 44 after 9 darts. Plenty of time to get this leg wrapped up. Goes astray there, was looking for the single 12. Tidies it up with the 3 to leave himself on his preferred double 16 there. But he has got plenty of time to get this leg sewn up. Coming back now for double 16 to level this one up at 2 legs apiece. And he gets it with his first dart. We have ourselves a level game. No one blinking just yet. We've had 4 legs of throw, all going with the throw. Brauskas starting that leg very nicely indeed with a 140. His World Cup partner, Darius Labanauskas, currently warming up for his last 16 game. He is one of the most successful players we've seen in the history of the Nordic and Baltic Tour. He's won 13 titles, 4 in 2019, 4 in 2022, topped the rankings a couple of times as well. He is the flag bearer of Lithuanian darts, and there's only 2 players that have actually won more titles in the Nordic and Baltic Tour. One of them is currently in action, a player I just mentioned, Marco Cantelli. He's on 15 titles. Kim Viljanen on 16. He's the player that Marco Cantelli is chasing down, that record of 16 titles. These 2 players playing right now, looking to get their first title today. Barauskas, it would be his second. He got his first one last year. Only the second Lithuanian to win a Nordic and Baltic Tour title. Just checks his score after that dart goes in the single 5. Tidies it up nicely with the treble 17 to get himself down to double 10. Tingstrom they're way behind in this leg. A couple of trebles picked off there to leave himself on a finish just in case Brauskas misses. Goes inside on the double 10. And he goes inside on the double 5. So it's an outside chance here for Victor Tingstrom to get that first breaker throw of the match. 106 will be treble 18 for double 16. And it is a breaker throw. Darts missed there for Mindaugas Brauskas to hold. And Victor Tingstrom steps in with the 106 finish to take the first breaker throw, take the lead in this match. 3 legs to 2. Can he make that advantage count now? Brauskas will be livid with himself there, was very comfortable in that leg. It looked like he was going to be another holder throw, but he missed those darts at 10s and 5s. And Tingstrom stepped in, he took advantage, and that's probably something we're seeing with his experience that he's got so far on the Pro Tour this year, where he's playing against the high caliber of players, the world's best, and they're the chances that you have to take. You're not going to get chances where you've got 3 darts at a double in every leg. You are going to have to take those bigger finishes where you're getting the 1 dart at a double, the ton plus finishes, and takes it there to take the lead in this match for the first time. Picks off the treble with his last dart there. He didn't really want to have another trebleless visit and hand the advantage straight back to Brauskas, who is looking to break straight back here. He's got a decent lead of 100 points after 9 darts each. Tingstrom going low on the treble there. Can't find the 19s or the 18s. It is a trebleless visit for Tingstrom, who looks to have given the advantage straight back to Brauskas here. Comes downstairs for cover on the 19s, gets himself down to a single double finish 60 when he comes back. It looked like this match was going to be heading to Tingstrom after that 106 finish, but he's not been able to wrestle home that advantage, push forward. It's the 12 of his first dart going for the 20. Gives it a thumbs up rather sarcastically there. And that is in. Brauskas breaking straight back there in 14 darts. We have a level game once again, 3 legs apiece. In the background there, you can see Tingstrom shaking his head. A couple of minutes ago, he took out the 106. He had the advantage, but he has handed it straight back to the Lithuanian. 3 legs all in this race to 6. Spots in the quarterfinals up for grabs here as we get closer to finding out our winner in Pro Tour 9. We do have another event tomorrow, Pro Tour 10. We do have another European Tour qualifier coming up later today. That is going to be the qualifier for the Czech Darts Open in Prague coming up in September. The action did get underway last night. We had the qualifier for the Baltic Sea Darts Open, the Flanders Darts Trophy, and it was Johan Engstrom who qualified for that. A very impressive performance in the final, 101 average to beat Andreas Harrison 6-2, himself averaging 97 in that one. And we've seen Johan Engstrom, he's been the king of the qualifiers so far this year, qualifying for 4 of those European Tour events. Although it was Victor Tingstrom who put him out earlier in the competition. That was one of the games that was on this streaming board earlier today. Brauskas down to a finish. He left the bogey number there, didn't make much of a difference. He's got himself down to 68, which we'll come back to have a look at in a moment. Tingstrom, treble 19 there, would have left the big fish, the 170, can't find it. So Brauskas has got 6 darts here to take the lead again. Double 16 goes outside, but he will be coming back for 3 clear darts at that double 16 to take a 4-3 lead in this one. And Tingstrom again coming up dry on the trebles. Brauskas finding the double 16 with his first dart. Retakes the lead in this one, 4 legs to 3. It's been a good response from Brauskas after going 3-2 down to take the lead again. What can Tingstrom reply with? We are seeing a comeback in one of the other games. Marco Cantelli was 5-2 up against Cordecker, who's got it back to 5-4. Decker averaging 101 in that game. He's looking to take it all the way to a deciding leg. The other game involving a PDC Tour card holder right now, Oskar Lukasiak and Daniel Larsson, a very close game between those two Swedish players, 2-2. Lukasiak averaging 98, Larsson 97. Tingstrom wanting to get his place in the quarterfinals, push for that first Nordic and Baltic title today. But he's up against it here. His opponent Barauskas piling in the trebles there, the 180. From being a breakdown, he could be going a break up and a leg away from the quarterfinals here. But Tingstrom replying himself with a 180, back-to-back 180s there. He's down to a finish first, just when he needed it. Barauskas gets himself down to a finish as well, but it's a 104 for Tingstrom to level again. Starts on the 19s. 4 19s to leave double 14. He gets it. What a finish. Another ton plus finish from Victor Tingstrom. That's 3 ton plus finishes we've had in this match now. The first coming in that opening leg from Barauskas, the 110. Tingstrom, he's had his moments of magic as well. The 106 and the 104. We have ourselves a level game once again, 4-all. It is now a best of 3 for a place in the quarterfinals. We have just seen Marco Cantelli book his spot in the quarterfinals. He's beaten the PDC Tour card holder Cordecker 6-4. He's through to the last 8. Teemu Harju, his World Cup partner, fellow Finn, 5-0 up against Tony Sorensen, averaging 97 in that one. He's looking good to get his spot in the quarterfinals as well. But this match, you can't really call it, can you? We are in the final stages, 4 legs apiece, and Tingstrom looking to break and then throw for the match. He's making a good go of it in this leg. Down to 212 after 9 darts. Barauskas, the trebles look to have dried up for him here. Just manages to find one with that last dart, but the advantage is with the Swede here against the throw. He can pile in 1 or 2 trebles here. Well, he gets one there. That does get him down to a finish of 112, and the way he's been hitting the ton plus finishes in this match, you'd fancy him to have a go at it. And Barauskas coming up dry there, 36 at the wrong time. So he's got plenty of time here, Tingstrom, to break again. Can't find the treble that would have left the double. Halves his score, 56 scored to leave 56. He will come back for it in a moment. It's a match that has gone back and forth. At 140 there from Barauskas to get himself down to a finish, but it's 56 for Tingstrom. 2 darts at tops, 1 at double 10. Goes inside on both. Barauskas a chance to hold here when it looked like he was going to get broken. Well, it's a loose one there. Surely it's got to be 19s for the ball. It is 1 dart at the bullseye. Just outside for Mindaugas Barauskas. Tingstrom comes back. Second chance to break in this leg. Goes inside. 1 dart at double 2. He goes inside again. Missed chances for Tingstrom to break at this crucial moment. Barauskas gets a reprieve and he takes out the 25. He regains the lead in this match. He certainly enjoyed that one, didn't he? Mindaugas Barauskas retakes the lead, 5 legs to 4. I don't think Victor Tingstrom enjoyed it too much. He's now got a hold to take this match to a deciding leg. Who will book their spot in the quarterfinals here? Rauskas looked like he was going to get broken in that leg. Tingstrom just couldn't take his chance when it came. And now Tingstrom will have to hold here to force the deciding leg, which Brauskas will have the throw in. But we've already seen in this match breaks a throw, so the throw in the decider, you wouldn't say it's very important right now, the way this match has gone. Over on one of the outside boards, we have just seen Teemu Harju book his spot in the quarterfinals. The Finn whitewashing Tony Sorensen 6-0. 4 more spots left in the quarterfinals. We're about to find out who's going to win this one. Brauskas leading 5-4, but Tingstrom looking well placed to take us all the way to a decided leg. Gets himself down to a finish first, the 102. Brauskas needs another treble, and he can't find it. So it's at least 6 darts here for Victor Tingstrom to force the deciding leg. Double 16 goes inside. That would have been a third ton plus finish of the match for Victor Tingstrom. But he will get another go in a moment at that double 8. Brauskas going wild with that last start, doesn't get down to a finish. And Tingstrom pins the double 8 with his first start. We are going all the way in this last 16 tie. 5 legs apiece. We're into that 11th and final leg. Who will book their spot in the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 9. Brauskas with the throw. Kicks off with a 60. The door is open for Tingstrom. And he looks to be taking advantage straight away here. Fires in the 180. What a start to the leg for Victor Tingstrom against the throw. Brauskas comes back with an 81. So the advantage is now with the player against the throw here, Victor Tingstrom. Kicks off with the 180. Comes up dry with that visit. Brauskas needs to start finding some trebles here. He comes up dry again. Tingstrom, 1 treble, will get himself down to a finish first in this decider. There's the treble. Can he follow it up with another one? He can't, but it is got him down to a finish, a 164. And Brauskas, he'll need at least 2 trebles to join him on a finish. And again, trebleless visit for Brauskas. Plenty of time here for Victor Tingstrom. It's been a match that has gone back and forth. Both players have had the advantage. They've had the lead. But now it is Tingstrom looking to cross that line in the decider. Manages to find the treble with that last start to get himself down to double 12 after 12 darts. It's been a great final leg from Victor Tingstrom. He's had a couple of ton plus finishes in this match. He's been up against it at times, but now it is double 12 for a place in the quarterfinals. And he gets it with his first start. Victor Tingstrom is through to the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 9. He beats Mindaugas Brauskas by 6 legs to 5. Welcome back to the Slangerap Dart Club in Denmark. It is quarter-final time in Pro Tour 9 of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour, and we've got ourselves a Finnish derby in this quarter-final. Marco Cantelli against Teemu Harju for a place in the semi-finals. And Cantelli has won the bullseye, and we'll get this quarter-final underway. Cantelli, a player that has been so successful on the Nordic and Baltic Tour over the years, just one title behind his fellow Finn Kim Viljanen on 16 titles. Cantelli has been chasing down that record tally over the last few years. He's been picking up titles in each of the last 5 years. Finished top of the rankings in 2023 as well. He's up to 15 titles, so there is a chance today could be the day that he levels up with Kim Viljanen on 16 titles. 3 matches away from doing that. But up against him here in the quarterfinals, Teemu Harju, who he's looking to really make some ground this year. Currently 3rd place on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Order of Merit, just €75 behind Oscar Lukasiak in that 2nd spot. And the top 2 will qualify for the PDC World Championship, and the top 3 currently are players that have yet to play at Alexandra Palace. So big opportunities for these players to tick off something on the list that they've not managed to do before. Cantelli, he's a player that we've seen at Ali Pali many times before. 5 times we've seen him play at the PDC World Championship. We've seen him play at the Lakeside before as well, and he is currently guaranteed a spot in the WDF World Championships at the end of the year. But I think he'll have one eye of trying to get himself back to Ali Pali. He's currently in 6th spot in the rankings, and a title today could well put him back in contention, could put him up to 3rd place going into that event tomorrow, Pro Tour 10. At the moment, though, it looks like he is going to be broken in this opening leg. Teemu Harju is down to a finish after 9 darts on 101. Cantelli back on 244. Harju should get a shot at a double here. Great first dart. It will be double 16. And he pins it there. What a start for Teemu Harju. 12 dart breaker throw to take the opening leg, and what a year so far it has been for him. He's, like I said, he's currently 3rd place on that Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour ranking. Picked up his 1st Pro Tour title on the Nordic and Baltic Tour in the very last weekend, the Finnish weekend that we had back in May. Won the title, the 7th event, beating Daniel Larsson 6-2 in the final. Made a final on the opening weekend as well, losing out 6-5 to Jonas Masselin in the 2nd event. So he's a player that's been there or thereabouts this year, achieving things that he's not managed to do before. Also played on the European Tour a couple of times, and played in the PDC World Cup of Darts a few weeks ago as well. And a win here could well put him in those spots for Ali Pali today. We have still got another weekend of action coming up on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. We've got the final 2 events on the Pro Tour for this year. Events 11 and 12 taking place on the 1st weekend of August. And at the end of that, the top 2 players will qualify for the World Championship. And as I mentioned earlier, the top 24 players are going to be qualifying for a brand new tournament this year, the Nordic and Baltic Championship, where the players will be competing to be the first name on the Jan Hoffman Trophy. And that tournament also carries with it a spot at Ali Pali, which was announced recently. The PDC, we've known for a little while that the tournament is going to be going up to 128 players this year, up from 96. The qualification criteria was confirmed a few weeks ago. The Nordic and Baltic region receiving a 3rd spot for Ali Pali, and that will come through that Nordic and Baltic Championship, which is going to be held at the start of October in Denmark. Venue format to be confirmed. Details will be confirmed very shortly, but the players know getting that top 24 in the rankings, and you will be heading to that tournament, and I'm sure every player will want to be the first name on that trophy this year. We do have some other games going on at the moment. As I say, we are down to the quarterfinals. We've got Edwin Torbjornsson just gone 1-0 up against Darius Labanauskas. Another quarterfinal just warming up at the moment. Daniel Larsson against a player that we just saw win on the stream a few moments ago, Victor Tingström. Another clash between two fellow countrymen, two Swedish players there. Cantelli yet to get going in this one. Once again, Harju down to a finish first, and he's down to that 101, which he took out in the first leg. Will be a different route this time. Goes into the single 5. The shot's still on. Needed a treble 20 to leave the double 18. Cantelli, it's a big ask. It's a 154 the way he started this match, but what a way to get his game going here if he can pull this off. Needed to be note perfect. Needed a treble 20 with the first dart, which he finds with the second. Gets himself down to a single to double combination. But it's Teemu Harju here to double his lead in this one. 2 darts at tops. He finds it. Last dart in hand. 2-0 lead for Teemu Harju. Great start to this one as he looks to book his spot in the semi-finals of Pro Tour 9. Take another step towards getting into the spots for the World Championship. And we have seen just a few moments ago Oscar Lukasiak bow out of the tournament to Daniel Larsson. So a victory here for Harju would put him above Oscar Lukasiak into second spot and in a provisional spot for the World Championship. Is that something he's thinking about here? Because he's made a great start to this one. A 2-0 lead against his fellow countryman Marco Cantelli, who's been a big flag bearer for darts in Finland over the years. He's looking to make a bit of history today as well. Get that 16th Pro Tour title on the Nordic and Baltic Tour and level up with Kim Viljanen. Harju, he's got some way to catch up those two. He got his first title this year, but he's a player on the up as we've seen this year. And he's made a solid start here, 2-0 up in this race to 6. Darius Labanauskas levelling up with Edwin Torbjornsson on the other board behind you. You can see that one going on right now. And this is a venue for Harju that he'll have very fond memories of. Didn't win any of the titles when the Nordic and Baltic Tour came here to the Slanger Up Dart Club last year, but he did achieve perfection, hit a 9-dart leg in one of the Pro Tour events, and it's just the second 9-darter we've seen on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. Will we see another one this weekend? Harju looking for a second breaker throw here to really hammer home the advantage. Need to find a treble with one of his last 2 darts. Coming downstairs for the 19s. A loose last dart there. So Cantelli get that first leg on the board. Give him something to build on, because it's not been a good start to this one for him. Averaging in the low 70s. Harju is just dropped under the 90 average. Can he find a couple of trebles here to get himself down to a better finish than Cantelli? It's a trebleless visit. Does get him down to a finish. It's a big ask, the 150. Cantelli looking at a 102 to get off the mark. Goes for the bullseye there. leaves himself on tops. Some players we see go for the treble 14 with 82 with 2 darts. James Wade, one that stands out. He opted for the bullseye there to try and leave double 16. The outer ball meant that a single would leave himself on a double if he comes back, and he will be coming back. Hardew not really threatening the 150 finish there. So it is tops for Cantelli to get off the mark in this quarter-final. And he gets it with his first start. Marco Cantelli halves the deficit. Hardew still leads 2-1, and he has that break of throw as well. Another quarter-final about to get underway. You can see behind you there, Daniel Larsson and Victor Tingstrom battling for a place in the semi-finals. Cantelli will be delighted not to have been broken again. 3-0 down on a double break. Would have been a long way back in this one, but he has got that leg on the board, and a solid first throw there from the Finn. Hardew a trebleless visit with his first three there. Seems to have dipped from the start that he had in this one. A very good start he had, going 2-0 up. Struggling to find the trebles now though, and Cantelli has got the advantage in this leg now. Almost the maximum. There's another good visit for Cantelli as he looks to get that break back in this match. Again, not a visit that Hardew will want to repeat. Another 45 there. Cantelli does the same. Big trebles have dried up in this fourth leg. And the averages have come pretty close together as well. Hardew was averaging in the 90s early on. Cantelli in the 70s, the high 60s, but not a lot between them, as you can see there right now. Just 20 points between them, but Cantelli has took the advantage in this leg against the throw. Down to a finish first, the 136. Hardew drags that first dart low. Can he work around it? He's trying to. He's going to come downstairs now. The cover shot not there. And straying into that single 7 has meant that he's left a bogey number, left the 169. Cantelli having a go at this 136. Needed another treble 20. But he tidies it up nicely with his last dart to leave tops after 15 darts. All Hardew can do is pile in a big score here and hope that Cantelli misses. Otherwise, we are going to be level again. Finds that treble with the last dart. But it is 3 darts at tops now for Cantelli. And we will have a level game. Goes inside on the 20s and the 10s. 1 dart at double 5. Goes inside again. 3 darts missed to level up this match, break the Hardew throw, and it's a chance he probably didn't expect here at 69. Well, options here, looks like he's going 14s. Gives himself 1 dart at tops. And he finds it. Clutch finish in there from Teemu Hardew. He had 1 dart at tops. Manages to pin it. And it's a 3-1 lead for Teemu Hardew. Just when it looked like we were going to go back to level at 2-all. 3 darts missed from Cantelli. Hardew keeps hold of that breaker throw. And he is halfway to the finish line, halfway to the semi-finals. Over on the outside boards, another game has just gone 3-1. Edwin Torbjornsson 3-1 up against Darius Labanauskas, and following the matches today, it's been interesting to see Torbjornsson has been a player that's been racing through the draw. I think his first 3 games he dropped just 2 legs, a couple of whitewash wins. He was quite often the first player getting through to the last 16 and the quarterfinals, and looks like he could be the first player through to the semi-finals. The way he's going, a very good run so far for Torbjornsson, and someone that we've not really seen much of on the Nordic and Baltic Tour this year. He's played his own weekend in Sweden back home, but this is the first time that he's left Sweden to play on the tour this year. He did have a semi-final on that weekend and halfway to get into another semi-final today. Cantelli, a player that's been in plenty of semi-finals, countless semi-finals, countless finals, countless titles as well. And a very good leg on throw here from Cantelli, down to 98 after 9 darts. Not much coming back from Hardew in this leg. But he does have that break of throw. Be thinking in his head, 3 holes of throw will get me over the finishing line here. Easier said than done. And if Cantelli can put another leg like this together in the next one, then there will be some pressure coming his way. Tidies up the 98 to leave himself on tops. Hardew some way back on 246. Needs a treble with his last dart to get to a finish. Can't find a way through there. So it's at least 6 darts here for Cantelli. Got plenty of time to get this leg done. Once again, halved the deficit. Finds tops with a second dart. Cantelli closes the gap to 3-2. Over to you, Teemu Hardew. His throw again. Survived a scare the last time it was his throw. 3 darts that Cantelli had to level the match. We'll not want to go through that again. We'll want to be more comfortable this time round. Troubleless visit to kick off the leg though. What a start this is for Cantelli. Piles in a 140 against the throw. I think it's the consistency for Cantelli we've seen over the years. I mentioned earlier he's won a title every year on the Nordic and Baltic Tour for the last 5 years. He won 4 titles in 2023, and we've seen over the years just that haul of titles continue to grow, and he has closed that gap at the top. Kim Viljanen on 16, Cantelli on 15, and Kim Viljanen's last title back in 2020, that's how long he's had that big lead at the top. So that's a lead that Cantelli's eaten into every year since then. It'll be interesting to see which player can get to 20 titles first. Will it be Marco Cantelli? Will it be Darius Labanauskas? He's next on the list on 13. Madars Razma, the only other player to reach double figures. He's on 10, but ineligible on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. Now he's in that top 64 in the world. Kim Viljanen, will we see him make a comeback and get his 17th, 18th and 19th and 20th titles? Or will it be someone else come through the pack? Hardew gets himself down to a finish first in this leg. Cantelli will need at least 1 treble to join him on a finish. And he finds it just in the corner there with his last dart. The ton getting himself down to 146, just 2 points between them in this leg. Hardew with the first poke at a finish. Not go. So it's all about the setup shot now. Can he find a treble with that last dart? He can. Gets himself down to 44. If he gets a go, 146 for Cantelli. Needed 2 trebles to get a go at a double. So Hardew will come back in a moment, looking at 44. So once again, establish a 2-leg lead in the match. He opts for 12 for his favoured double 16. And he gets it. Clean kill there for Teemu Harju. He takes a 4-2 lead, 2 legs away from a place in the semi-finals of Pro Tour 9 on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. Harju looking to join Andreas Harrison as the only 2-time winner on the Nordic and Baltic Tour so far this year. We've had a litany of different winners so far. Harju picking up his first Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title this year. He's one of 3 first-time winners we've seen so far in 2025. He was the first one, closely followed by Valters Meldris from Latvia picking up his first one. And we've also seen Jonas Masselin as well win a title. So new winners this year on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. We could well see a new winner today. Victor Tingstrom still in the running. Edwin Thorbjornsen still in the running as well. He's currently leading Darius Labanauskas by 4 legs to 2 on one of the outside boards. Harju a strong start to the leg with the 140. Looking for a second breaker throw, and if he can get it here, he'll take a 5-2 lead and be thrown for the match. Cantelli up against it. Manages to find a treble 19 with the cover shot. It's a good first start for Harju. A good second. Just goes wide with the last dart, but it's got him down to a checkout first in this 7th leg. 161 after 9 darts. Cantelli needs to find another treble to join him. Can't find it. So Harju with a bit of time here on this 161. Perfect first start. Comes downstairs. Well, a treble 17 would have left the ball. I'm not sure if he'd have gone for it with Cantelli not being on a finish. If he'd have just set up for the double 16 next time round. Treble 16 though leaves the double 18 after 12 darts. What a leg this has been for Teemu Harju. Is he closing in on a place in the semi-finals? Cantelli replies with a ton, halves his score, but Harju looking at double 18 to move 1 leg away from the match. Edging closer. He'll want to be closer with this dart. And he is. Fist bump there from Teemu Harju. Pins the double 18 with his last dart. Takes a 5-2 lead in this battle of the Finns. A double break. And now throwing for that place in the semi-finals of Pro Tour 9. What a start to a leg that's going to win you the match. Kicks off with a maximum. Cantelli is on the ropes here. He's going to need 2 breaks a throw if he's going to win this one. And his opponent's just kicked off with a maximum, but Cantelli coming back with a 140. We thought we might see the first semi-finalist come from one of the outside boards, but it could be coming here on the streaming board 1 here. Teemu Harju 5-2 up against Marco Cantelli. Edwin Thorbjornsen just 1 leg away as well. He is 5-3 up on Darius Labanauskas. Daniel Larsson 4-1 up on Victor Tingstrom in the other quarterfinal that's going on at the moment. We do have some last 16 action still going on. One of the sections of the draw a little bit behind. Jonas Masselin is 2-1 up against Andreas Nilsson in their last 16 tie. But here on the streaming board, Teemu Harju closing in on the finish. Down to a 161 after 9 darts. Cantelli may need to be careful here. On 266. See where his first dart goes. Well, he'll stay there. Now we'll have to switch. Coming downstairs. Yeah, the single 19 leaves himself a check out as well. Hardew gets the first go though. It is a 1-6-1. Not going to go. Cantelli will get a chance to save the match in a moment. It is the second biggest finish on the board that he's going to need. And it may need to go. Hardew down to 74. Needs to be note perfect here. First start, it is perfect. Treble 19. Leaves himself a shot at the ball. And what a finish it is. Marco Cantelli with a 1-6-7 to save the match. I said it was the second biggest possible checkout. He needed it and he got it. Teemu Hardew was waiting on 74. Cantelli takes out the 1-6-7 to keep this match alive. And what a start to this leg as well, a 140. When his back was on the ropes, he needed something big. He pulls it out of the bag. Marco Cantelli keeping this match going. Hardew needs to forget about that last leg. He was very close to the finish line. He's got to do it all again here. May have to do it against the throw. May have to do it in the next leg on throw. If Cantelli can win this one, keep the momentum going. Well, there's going to be a little bit of pressure on, isn't there? And that's another 2 treble visit for Cantelli. Strong start to this leg. Hardew finding a treble with his second. Not quite with his third. A couple of tons to kick off the leg for him. Darius Labanauskas having a bit of a fight back on the outside boards. He's got it back to 5-4 behind against Edwin Torbjornsson. Daniel Larsson 1 leg away. 5-1 up against Victor Tingstrom, averaging a ton as well. A very impressive display so far from him. But this is impressive from Marco Cantelli. A maximum to leave himself on 47 after 9 darts on throw. Well, a 135, excuse me. Still again, another big 2 treble visit for Cantelli. And he's down to 92. And he'll have at least 6 darts to get this leg done and out the way and put the pressure back on Hardew on his own throw. Perfect first dart, 2 darts at double 16. And again, another clean finish, a 1-6-7 in the last leg, a skin saver. That 92, not quite as important, but again, a clean finish for Cantelli. He was 5-2 down. He's got it back to 5-4. The lead has been halved. 4-leg advantage, now just 2. And Hardew piling in the big score there to kick off the leg. Another maximum. He'll want to get the job done here. He won't want to go to a deciding leg. Cantelli would have the darts in the deciding leg. Wants to get the job done here in this 10th leg. Book his spot in the semi-finals. So Bjornsson and Labanauskas has gone all the way to a deciding leg. They are 5 legs apiece in that one. Will this one be going 5 legs apiece? Right now, after that maximum to kick off the leg, Hardew has the advantage. The score of 41 there just opens the door a little bit there for Cantelli if he can pile in a couple of big trebles like he was doing in the last leg. And he's back in the treble again. Can he find another one? Yes, he can. A 140. The 41 from Hardew just opened the door there for Cantelli, and he said, thank you very much. Piles in the 140. Hardew needs to regroup. The first dart looked perfect for 2 more to follow it. He gets 1 more in there, halves his score onto a 140, which he will get a go at. Cantelli, what he'd give for another maximum now, or a 140. Needs to find at least 1 treble to get down to a checkout himself. It's a great visit, gets himself down to a ton, but it is Teemu Hardew with the first shot. 140, not going to go. Treble here to lead tops. So Cantelli to take us to that deciding leg. Treble 20 for Tops. Tops for 5 legs all. He's done it. We are going all the way in this quarter-final from 5-2 down. Marco Cantelli looked like he was done, but a 167 followed by checkouts of 92 and 100 has taken this quarter-final all the way. And you can see Teemu Harju in the background there giving a look of, well, you kind of expect this from a player that's done so much in the game, done so much on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour over the years. 140 to kick off the leg for Cantelli. He's kept the match alive. He's took us all the way to a deciding leg, and you can see the averages there as well. The performance in these last few legs from Cantelli, he's gone ahead in the averages. He's brought out the game he needed at just the right time, and now he can hardly miss. Ton follows the 140. Harju, a trebleless visit in that opener from him. Needs to find some trebles here, or this match could just be slipping away from him. Well, he finds the treble 19 with the last dart. Cantelli piles in the maximum. He's down to a finish, 81 after 9 darts. What a comeback this has been from Marco Cantelli. 5-2 down, and he looks to have completed the comeback here. Harju, a 140. Is that going to be his last shot? Is that going to be in vain? Looked home and hosed at 5-2, but Cantelli, with the help of that 167 in the 8th leg, the 92 and 100 finishes after that. It's not going to be a big checkout to get the job done here. Leaves himself on 32, and he will come back. Harju back on 205. And yeah, 2 treble 20s. And a perfect setup shot there to leave Tops just in case. But Marco Cantelli, 3 darts in hand at double 16 to complete the comeback. And he gets it with a first dart. Marco Cantelli, 5-2 down, reels off 4 straight legs to win the Battle of the Finns. He beats Teemu Harju by 6 legs to 5. He's through to the semi-finals, and he could potentially be just 2 matches away from equaling the record of Nordic and Baltic Tour titles of Kim Viljanen. He's on 15. Will that 16th, sweet 16th title be coming Marco Cantelli's way? He's through to the semi-finals. Welcome back to Denmark, the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour, Pro Tour 9, and it is semi-final time, and we have got the man who we've just seen on the stream a few moments ago produce an incredible fight back from 5-2 down to win 6-5. Marco Cantelli back on our screens again. He's in the semi-finals, chasing history today to equal the record for the most Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour titles, just one behind Kim Viljanen. Standing in his way in the semi-finals, another player who, a bit like Marco Cantelli, seemed to be getting better and better as the day goes on. Daniel Larsson, who is Sweden's most successful player on the Nordic and Baltic Tour, 7 times a title winner, looking to pick up his 8th title and a first since 2023. And he's had a great run today so far. He's knocked out 2 of the 4 PDC tour card holders that we've seen playing in action today at the Slangerup Dart Club. He's knocked out Oscar Lukasiak 6-5 in the last 16, and then in the quarterfinals a few moments ago, he's put out his fellow Swedish tour card holder Victor Tingstrom 6-2. Marco Cantelli, he's done a bit of damage as well against the tour card holders. He's beaten Cord Decker earlier today, who averaged 99 in defeat, and then he's just beaten Teemu Harju in that last leg decider to get through to the semi-finals. Once again, it is a race to 6 legs to book your spot in the final. Daniel Larsson has won the bullseye. He piles in the maximum to get down to a finish first, leaves himself on 84 after 12 darts. Cantelli got off to a slow start in that quarter-final against Teemu Harju, 2-0 down, and was chasing the game 5-2 down as well, but managed to come back in the end and win it. We've seen over the course of the day as well, both these players have got better and better. The last 3 games we've seen Cantelli average 90, 93 and 95. Larsson looking at the ball here, just goes outside, so it's another big finish for Cantelli if he's going to get this opening leg. Treble 17. Just goes above the treble. That would have given him a shot at the bullseye, which Larsson missed in his last visit, coming back to the board on 25. Single 9, a double 8.
My score was wrong.
Goes wide with both darts.
My last part is level 15. Yeah, is that wrong? Yeah.
Cantelli just questioning his score there.
60, 77.
This is the
92.
first semi-final we're going to be seeing on the streaming boards today, just while they sort this query out with the scores. Cantelli very sportsmanlike there, just letting the scorer know, I've not got 24 left. I've not hit that big of a shot with my last visit. Comes back to the board on 69 to get this break in the first leg. And that'll be 10 or 18. It is 10, 1 dart at tops for a break in the opening leg. Goes low on the tops, not happy with that dart. So Larsson gets a reprieve, comes back to the board, 3 darts in hand at double 8. Pins it with his first dart. Larsson holds. Yeah, this is the bottom half of the draw. Daniel Larsson and Marco Cantelli in action here. We will see the second semi-final a little bit later on, the other half of the draw, a little bit behind as well. Edwin Torbjornsson, not sure who he's going to be playing at the moment. It's either going to be Andreas Harrison or Andreas Nilsson. Those two are going to be playing very shortly in the last of the quarterfinals on Pro Tour 9 today. That side of the draw just a little bit behind, but we will have that semi-final on the stream for you. Edwin Torbjornsson gone through both sides of it today. He's been the first player through a lot of the time in this tournament, through to the last 16 first, the quarterfinals first, but he will go into that semi-final knowing the identity of who his finalist will be if he gets that far. Larsson holding throw in that opening leg. And a victory today for him, if he can pick up the title, it would move him outright in 5th place on the rankings in terms of the most PDC Nordic and Baltic titles. The Swede is currently level with the Finn Jani Havisto on 7 titles each. The 3 players above them all on double figures, so a bit of catching up to do to get to those 3 players, or 4 players I should say: Mados Rasma, Darius Labanauskas, a player he's playing now, Marco Cantelli and Kim Viljanen. As you can see in the background there, Andreas Harrison just warming up for that quarter-final. He's extended his lead at the top of the rankings so far. He went into today with just over a €1,000 lead at the top of the Nordic and Baltic order of merit. And Oskar Lukasiak's early departure, Teemu Harju just going out, means that he's got a lead of just over €1,150. He can really hammer home that advantage if he wins the title today. If he can pick up his 3rd title, you'd say he's got 1 foot through the door at Ali Pali in that first appearance in the PDC World Championship. I'm sure the rest of the players left in the field will have something to say about that, including these 2. Cantelli, it'll be 1 dart at tops if he can stay straight, and he can, tops, to level this semi-final. Yeah, it's the tops. We are level 1-1 in this semi-final. 2 legs in, 2 holes a throw. Larson, someone we've seen play at the PDC World Championship on quite a few occasions. 4 times he's been to Ali Pali. He's had a couple of appearances at the Lakeside as well in the BDO World Championship. We've seen him on many occasions representing Sweden in the PDC World Cup of Darts. 7 times he's played in that, and he was just the 2nd player from Sweden to win a tour card at Q School. Picked up his tour card back in 2020, had a couple of years playing on the PDC tour. Before then, Magnus Karras had a couple of times coming through Q School, getting his tour card. And then in more recent years, we've seen a flurry of players from Sweden get their tour cards at Q School. Jeffrey de Graaf last year and this year, 2 Swedes joining the tour. We've seen them both in action today, Victor Tingstrom and Oskar Lukasiak, on the PDC tour for the next couple of years at least. Nice find with the last dart there from Larson. Just keeps his advantage in place in this 3rd leg. And we've seen from that quarter-final game, Marco Cantelli, a player that does not know when he's beaten. When he was 5-2 down against Teemu Harju, who had 74 left for the match, Cantelli producing a skin-saving 167 finish, and then in the next couple of legs as well, some good finishes, 92 and 100, to take it all the way to that final leg where he was fairly comfortable in the end in holding throw and getting over the line. Larson, he's had to do some fighting today as well. 4-2 down against Oskar Lukasiak in the last 16, coming back to win that one 6-5, winning 4 of the last 5 legs. Aside from that, it's been fairly routine for him. He's won his first game 6-0, second game 6-1, and then that game in the quarterfinals against Victor Tingstrom, winning that one 6-2 with the 99 average. Cantelli, fair to say, he's been pushed a lot more. 6-4 by Cordeca, 6-3 and 6-2 in the early rounds as well. Straight ton there for Cantelli, leaves tops, but Larson, this is to hold his throw. He's under pressure here. Great first dart. Options, goes for the 6 to leave tops. And he finds tops. Great finish for Daniel Larson. Just when Marco Cantelli was giving him a tap on the shoulder to say, I'm here, I'm ready to break your throw. And he checks out the 106 finish to keep this match on throw. 3 legs in, 3 holes of throw. Who is going to blink first in this semi-final? Good first visit to the leg there from Cantelli, switching to the 19s with success, 2 treble 19s. Larson looking to do the same here with his last start. You can see in the background there, that last quarter-final just getting underway. Andreas Harrison and Andreas Nilsson playing that last game, the winner to play Edwin Thorbjornsson. Just taking a look at the rankings as they stand. Andreas Harrison leading the way in that order of merit. Marco Cantelli currently in 5th spot. A victory here would put him level with the player he beat in the quarterfinals, Timu Harju, on €3,075. A title today would put him above Oscar Lukasiak and into 2nd place, into that provisional spot for the PDC World Championship. Daniel Larsson, we've not seen him on the entire tour this year. We did see him skip one of the weekends, but if he can pick up the title today, it will push him firmly up the rankings into that top 8. I'm sure these players will also be having one eye on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship, that new tournament on the calendar this year. These 2 players are going to be there. It is the top 24 on the rankings after event 12 at the end of the season. We'll be going to Denmark for that end of season finals, where there will be another spot on the line to get to the World Championship. It's also the small matter of €6,500 for the winner, and to be the first name on that Jan Hoffmann trophy will be a great honour for any player that goes on to win that title in a few months' time. Larsson not too far behind in this leg. Not a bad accident there, slipping into the treble 7. Does mean he won't have to need the ball. It's going to be single 16 for tops. Well, that is an accident that you can't afford. Misses the big number with the 2nd dart. Doesn't get a shot at a double. So Daniel Larsson with a chance to get the first break of throw in this semi-final. It'll be 20 for tops. 1 dart in hand at tops. He goes high. That was an opportunity for the Swede to get a break of throw. Get a bit of breathing space in this semi-final. Cantelli comes back with the same target. He pins it with his 2nd dart. Cantelli levels this semi-final, 2 legs apiece. 4 holes of throw so far. And you can see with the averages there, 85 apiece. Not much to separate the 2 so far. Cantelli has already secured a spot in another World Championship at the WDF World Championship this year. If he does get into the spots on the Nordic and Baltic Tour, gets in that top 2, of course, decisions to be made. You'd imagine he will be going to Ali Pali. The last time we saw him at the Lakeside, I think back in the early 2000s. Since then, he's made many appearances at Ali Pali over the years. The last one back at the 2023-24 championships. Larsson's last appearance at the Palace, the 2022-23 edition. He'll be keen to get back there and show what he can do on the big stage. Right now we're seeing with Swedish darts, it is Jeffrey de Graaf who's making a lot of waves at the moment. The player born in the Netherlands, moved to Sweden, started playing on the Nordic and Baltic Tour, finished runner-up on the tour in 2023 to get to the World Championship, won the tour last year, and also qualified via the Pro Tour rankings on the PDC main tour to get to Ali Pali, and had a great run as well, if you remember, beating Gary Anderson 3 straight sets, 3-0, a very surprising result, but a very impressive performance from de Graaf. until he leaves himself on a ton. But Larson will get the first poke here at a finish 52. And a clean finish in 2 darts from Daniel Larson. Keeps the holder throws going in this semi-final. Regains the lead again at 3-2. That last quarter-final in the background, currently 1 leg apiece between the two Andreases, Harrison and Nielsen. Edwin Torbjornsson waiting in the wings. He will play the winner of that in our last semi-final today. The prize money for these events does start to jump up as we get to the latter stages of the events as well. For getting to the semi-finals, these two players have already got €300 in the bank, and that money doubles with each win you get from now on. So a victory here will move them on to €600. The title today worth €1,200 as well. And that's when you can really start to make some big jumps up the rankings as well. We saw that with Andreas Harrison when he won both the titles in Iceland, €2,400. Propelled him up to that top spot, gave him a bit of a gap on the rest of the field. We are now down to the last 4 events of the season. It is the business end of the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour season. We've already had double headers in Latvia, Sweden, Iceland, Finland. This action coming to you from the Slangerup Dart Club in Denmark. We have got one final stop on the tour in Norway, the first weekend of August, when the season reaches its conclusion. Antelli looking at the 1-2-1. Bullseye. Goes outside on this occasion. So Larson with an outside chance here. We'll look at the 18s first. Can he get another one in there? No, he can't. Always a tricky finish, that the 1-2-8. If you miss the treble with your first start, you have still got a shot, treble 20 at the ball. But if you hit a treble with your first start, you do have to get another treble or potentially go double-double to get the shot there. Cantelli looking at double 8 to level this semi-final up once again. He looks away and he's missed it. 2 darts missed there at double 8, a dart missed at the ball. The 3-3, Larson coming back on tops for a break. Steps back, 1 more dart in hand. Big moments in this semi-final. He can't find it. Big chance missed there for Daniel Larson to get the first breaker throw in this semi-final. Cantelli to level again at 3-all and survive a scare. Over to double 4. He gets it with the last dart. Drama in that 6th leg. Both players missing chances. But it's Cantelli who takes his chance first. Once again, we have a level game in this semi-final. All 6 legs so far going with the throw. Nothing to separate these two players. That spot in the final up for grabs in Pro Tour 9. These are two of the most successful players in the history of the Nordic and Baltic Tour. It's no surprise to see them battling against each other in the latter stages. Larson back in the treble again. 177, great visit there from the Swede, who's put that disappointment behind him. Had 3 darts at tops to break to go 4-2 up. Cantelli stepped in. Trebleless visit there, so a bit of breathing space for Larson in this leg, which he'll be happy with. Looking for his first Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title since 2023. His most successful year came in 2018 when he picked up a pair of titles, and then from 2020 to 2023, won a title each year. Marco Cantelli's success has spanned pretty much the entirety of the Nordic and Baltic Tour's history, those 15 titles. Larsson not going to take out the 87, but he's got time on his hands to get this leg won. Cantelli's first title was before this was even called the Nordic and Baltic Tour, back in the days when it was the Scandinavian Darts Corporation, which was formed back in 2012, the rebranding in 2017. And we've seen this as an affiliate tour of the PDC that has gone from strength to strength. Bit of a query now with the scores there. Larsson raised the eyebrows. He is coming back on 44, 4 for tops. Again, darts missed at tops. Shouldn't make too much of a difference here. Just needs to settle himself down again. Cantelli not on a finish. Despite that troubleless visit, does get himself to a checkout. Larsson coming back on tops. Over to 10s. It's more missed darts at the double for Daniel Larsson. Will Cantelli take advantage here? 145 to break. It's a perfect first dart. Needed the treble 15 to leave tops. So 3 more darts here for Larsson to get this leg done and dusted. Hits the double 5 first dart. Once again, holds the throw. Edges in front again in this semi-final at 4 legs to 3. 2 legs away from a place in the final. But all of the legs so far have gone with the throw. He's had chances to break the Cantelli throw, but manages to hold there. Go back in front. Over on the outside boards, Andreas Harrison 3-2 up against his namesake Andreas Nilsson in that remaining quarter-final game. The winner to play Edwin Thorbjornsen in the second semi-final, the top half of the draw in Pro Tour 9. That match will be coming up on the stream after this one. But we will find out the identity of the first finalist, the first name into today's Pro Tour final. It's hard to call right now the way this match is going. Neither player has been able to break the opponent's throw. If we do go all the way to 5 legs all the legs going with throw, that could be a nervy finish in store for this one. As I mentioned earlier, Cantelli looking to make a little bit of history on the Nordic and Baltic Tour today, looking to equal the record for the most titles won. His fellow Finn Kim Viljanen holds that title on 16 titles. Cantelli on 15 after winning a title in Sweden earlier in the season. Larsson looking for his 8th. It is Cantelli down to a checkout first on throw. Larsson will have to switch with the last dart here to leave himself a checkout. Not switching to the 1 though. Was looking at the 18s. So Cantelli has got 6 darts at this one, 6-1. To continue the streak of holds of throw in this semi-final. May have looked at the bullseye with that last dart, but wanted to try and get a treble to lower the score even more. Can't find one. Larsson looking to pile on the pressure, and he does so with a 1-3-4. Great cover shooting there from the Swede. Down to a single to double combination. Cantelli needs another ton finish. Got options here. Well, again, he's missed the big number. Did that earlier on in the match. Will it prove costly this time? Larson, 47 to get the first break of throw in this semi-final. 2 darts at tops, and he only needs 1 dart. Daniel Larson wins the 8th leg. We finally got ourselves a break of throw in this semi-final, and could it come at the most crucial of times? Larson 5-3 up, now throwing for a place in the final of Pro Tour 9. We had 7 holes of throw to start this semi-final, and Larson has just got the first break. Cantelli made such a good start to that 101 checkout with the treble 19, but he missed the big number, missed the 12, hit the 9, couldn't leave himself 32, didn't get a dart at a double. Larson stepped in to take out the 47. Can he get the job done here? It's another 2 big treble visit for Larson. Cantelli, though, he replied with a 140 after the first visit. He's back in the treble again here. Not going down without a fight. And it is another 140 for Cantelli. He's on Larson's shoulder here. He's making him work for it. But this is quality stuff from Daniel Larson. 88 left after 9 darts in a leg on your own throw to win the match, to book yourself a spot in the final. All Cantelli can do is get himself down to a checkout of his own. Finds the treble with his last dart. It's a 1-2-1 for Cantelli if he gets a chance, because Daniel Larson is looking at 88 for the match. 2 darts at double 14. Last dart in hand. And he finds it. Daniel Larson is through to the final of Pro Tour 9. It's a match where all the legs were going with throw right until the 8th leg. Larson got the break, and then he holds firm in that 9th leg to get over the line. Daniel Larson is the first man through to the final of Pro Tour 9 here on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour. He's ended the chances of Marco Cantelli making history of his own today. It is Daniel Larson through to the final. He's beaten Marco Cantelli by 6 legs to 3.
Bit further.
When I started playing, there wasn't that many players in Denmark that could average about 80. Now it's 34 players, which would be regular. So we're getting there.
On est dernier. Je sais pas. $25. Offside. There's the first. Come on.
We are guaranteed a Swedish winner on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour today. The second semi-final now getting underway between Andreas Harrison and Edwin Thorbjornsson, the winner to play Daniel Larsson in the final today. Andreas Harrison, the player at the top of the rankings. He's won 2 titles so far this year. Did the double in Iceland, looking to pick up his 3rd title of the year. And you'd imagine another title would put him firmly in place for that debut at the PDC World Championship at the end of the year. Daniel Larsson, who awaits in the final, is the most successful player from Sweden on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. He's looking for an 8th title, but a player looking to stop them is Edwin Thorbjornsson. He's looking for his 1st title on the Nordic and Baltic Tour today, through to the semi-finals. Someone that we've not seen a lot of on the tour so far this year. I mentioned earlier, he played in his home weekend in Sweden earlier on in the season, managed to make a semi-final that weekend. He's through to another semi-final here, looking to book his spot in the final and make a bit of history for himself today. But standing in his way in this semi-final has been the player to beat so far this year in Andreas Harrison. And he looks to have found his best form right when he needs it. Just a few moments ago, coming through the quarterfinals with a 98 average, his best average of the day. It's been a little bit of a wait for Edwin Thorbjornsson to play this semi-final game. Harrison coming back on 80 to hold throw. Double 10. Finds it with the double 5 last start. Hold a throw for Andreas Harrison in the opening leg. Thorbjornsson yet to get going in this semi-final. It is a long race though, race to 6 legs to join Daniel Larsson in today's final. And Thorbjornsson, a fairly routine route to this semi-final up until the quarterfinals, when he was pushed all the way by Darius Labanauskas. His first 3 matches, 2 6-0 wins and a 6-2. And then in that quarterfinal with Labanauskas, looked like it was going to be another routine win, 5-2 up, before Lucky D came back, won the next 3 legs, took it all the way to a deciding leg. For Andreas Harrison, he's had a 6-3, a 6-4, and then in that quarterfinal, a 6-2 win. He's looking to pick up his 5th career Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title. Got off the mark with his first one in 2022, doubled up his tally last year, and already this year has been his most successful, most profitable on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. He's already won 2 titles, looking for that 3rd one. If he can win the title today, we'll have 3 events to go. He'll have such an advantage at the top of the rankings, not just on 2nd spot, but on 3rd spot, and the top 2 qualifying for the PDC World Championship. He has been in World Championships before, but just not at Ali Pali. He's played in the very last BDO World Championship, which was held at the Indigo at the O2, a venue where I hit a 140, playing in another tournament, the Viking Cup, although I don't really like to talk about it too much. He's also played at the Lakeside in the WDF World Championship back in 2022 as well. Torbjornsson looking at 140 to hold his throw. Double 10, and what a finish that is. Edwin Torbjornsson was up against it in that leg. Andreas Harrison was looking to break. He had 66 left, but Torbjornsson pulling out a big finish there, the 140. And that could just be what gets him going in this semi-final. The first leg he was a fair bit away from Harrison, didn't really threaten a break of throw in that opening leg, but that 140 should settle him down. And for Torbjornsson, he is someone that we have seen play in World Championships as well. Over in the WDF, he's played in the last 2 editions of their World Championship at the Lakeside. Last year, he was the 12th seed for that tournament. Lost out to Shane McGurk, the eventual champion, in the last 32. He's up against a man here who, I think if you ask a lot of darts fans who are the best players currently without a PDC Tour card, I'm sure a lot of them would mention the name Andreas Harrison. He's a player that's impressed on a lot of different circuits over the last few years, not just the Nordic and Baltic Tour. You look at what he's done on the Modus Super Series, he's had some great performances there, and also quite recently on the European Tour as well. His last appearance in Leverkusen, picking up wins against 2 former world champions in Raymond van Barneveld and Michael Smith. But his throw could be broken here. Torbjornsson looking at 97. Oh, does he fancy double-double or a treble to double here? Well, he went for the treble 18 for double 12. Not going to get a dart at a double. Harrison to hold his throw here. 4 19s for the ball. He's got the 4 19s. It is the shot of the bullseye to hold throw. Just outside. So Torbjornsson for a break of throw in this semi-final. Looking at tops.
Shots.
And he finds tops. First break of throw in this semi-final. And it goes to the player looking for that first Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title. Edwin Torbjornsson, 2-1 up in this semi-final. A reminder that Daniel Larsson has already secured his place in today's final. He's beaten Marco Cantelli 6-3 in our first semi-final. Some big wins for him today as well against the Swedish tour card holders, Oskar Lukasiak and Victor Tingstrom. He's aiming to win his first title on this tour since 2023. We'll wait to see who he plays in the final. Torbjornsson has got the early advantage here. He's got that break of throw that he needed to get. Can he hammer home that advantage? Down to a finish first in this leg after 9 darts. Harrison needed to fill the treble 20 there to get himself down to a finish as well. So a bit of time here for Torbjornsson. Well, it's a visit without a big treble. Andreas Harrison can pile on the pressure here, and he does so with a maximum to leave himself on 38. Pressure's on Torbjornsson now. Double 16. Well, it's a big shot for Torbjornsson. At 109. Just when it looked like Harrison was going to break straight back, Torbjornsson finds something there. 3 legs won, and he's had 2 ton plus finishes, the 140, and now the 109. What a result this would be for Torbjornsson if he can knock out the player top of the rankings going into the final. He'll be full of confidence that he can win his first Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title and become the 9th player from Sweden to win one of these titles. Regardless of who wins the title today, it will be a 30th title won by players from Sweden on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. That is a tally which only Finland can better over the years. They've won 48 titles, and I've been speaking about it a lot today. A lot of those titles won by Kim Viljanen and Marco Cantelli. They've got 31 of them between them. Can Torbjornsson join that roll of honour for Sweden today? Harrison is a breakdown in this semi-final. Gets himself down to a finish first, but Torbjornsson, with a good visit here, can give himself a chance of another breaker throw. Well, he can't find a treble, does get down to a finish, but the 116 more manageable. Leaves a single to double combination. Now, we did see Thomas Banks take this out yesterday on the Modus Super Series with 3 bullseyes. I don't think Torbjornsson will be going that route. No, he goes for the treble 20. Harrison, 56. To hold his throw. And he can't find it. So Torbjornsson, for a double breaker throw in this semi-final, could end up going for the bullseye here, depending on the route. Well, it's a treble. It's going to be 2 darts at double 15 for a double breaker throw in this semi-final. And he gets it. A 90 finish for Torbjornsson. And he leads 4-1. He's 2 legs away from a place in the final of Pro Tour 9. Against the player that is top of the rankings, a player that's won 2 titles, made 2 more finals as well in the 8 events, looking to get to his 9th final. But right now it looks like he won't be getting to that 5th final in 9 events. It looks like we'll be seeing Torbjornsson take on Daniel Larsson in the final. A title for Daniel Larsson today would take him up to 7th on that order of merit. A title for Edwin Torbjornsson would put him into the top 10. Oscar Lukasiak currently occupying 2nd spot, the last spot for Ali Pali on €3,150. So it's a big ask for these 2 players, Larsson and Torbjornsson, you'd think, to get into that top 2, particularly Torbjornsson, who's only played 2 of the 5 weekends so far. But they'll want to finish as high as possible with the Nordic and Baltic Championship on the horizon. Get into that top 24 in the rankings, you qualify. We don't know what the format is going to be for that tournament yet, but you'd imagine the higher you finish on the rankings, the better it's going to be going into that tournament. Straight ton for Harrison. looking for a break back. He's 2 breaks down. The 164 won't go for Torbjornsson. He can't find a treble. So this to stop the rot for Andreas Harrison. That's not going to go either. Already seen a couple of ton plus finishes, a 90 finish for Torbjornsson. Well, he misses the big number. Was looking for 15 to leave double 16. Mistake there for Torbjornsson. Can Harrison punish? 2 darts at tops. Finds the double 10 to keep this match alive. You'd think if he'd have missed that, and Torbjornsson would have took the 32, 5-1 would have been a long way back. But he gets one of those breaks back. Andreas Harrison 4-2 behind in this semi-final. A lifeline there for the player top of the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour rankings. How costly will that mistake be for Edwin Torbjornsson? Missing the big number to give him a shot at a double for that 104 finish. And Harrison pinning the double 10 with his last dart. If he can hold throw here, reduce his arrears to just the 1 leg, he will give Edwin Torbjornsson something to think about. As we edge towards the finish line here, race to 6 legs to book your spot in the final of today's Pro Tour event in Denmark. We did see Andreas Harrison in action yesterday. We had the qualifiers for the Flanders Darts Trophy ET10. Harrison making it all the way to the final, losing out to Johan Engstrom, who averaged 101. Harrison averaging 97 in that one as well. Torbjornsson down to a finish first. You'd imagine that Harrison will be down to a better one after this visit. What he'd give for a treble now. Comes up dry with that visit. Torbjornsson. Well, a treble 18 would have given him a shot at the bullseye. Finds the treble 18 with his last dart to leave that 32. This 116 you feel's got to go. Tops for Harrison. Goes low. Torbjornsson to go 1 away from the match. Double 16. And he gets it with the last dart. Edwin Torbjornsson 5-2 up on Andreas Harrison here in this semi-final, and now throwing for a place in the final against Daniel Larsson. Harrison, what can he do in response? He's been the man to beat on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour this year. Regardless of the results today, he will finish top of the rankings. And regardless of results tomorrow, he will still go into that final weekend in Norway, top of the rankings and in pole position to secure a spot at the PDC World Championship. But he'd love to go into that last weekend with a bigger cushion behind him. And that would involve taking 1 or 2 of these titles this weekend. But he's firmly up against it in this semi-final. 5-2 down to Edwin Torbjornsson. He's looking to race to the finish. Harrison needs to find some big trebles here. He finds one with his last dart. Torbjornsson will be down to a finish first in this leg. Harrison, will he start on the 19s from 303? 7 19s. Would have left the 170, gets 5 of them. So Torbjornsson has got 2 visits at this 115, may only need 1, double 18. Outside, he will come back with 3 clear darts in hand to book his spot in today's final. Harrison piling in the trebles now. Could that be his last visit of this tournament? Edwin Torbjornsson wants double 18 to go through to the final. Well, it's double 17.
King 7 minutes.
And he finds it. What a way to finish. Double 1, double 17. It's unorthodox, but he gets the job done. Edwin Torbjornsson has knocked out the player top of the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour rankings, Andreas Harrison. It won't be a third title of the year for Harrison today. It will be a title for either Edwin Torbjornsson or Daniel Larsson. They will contest today's final of Pro Tour 9. Edwin Torbjornsson, he's booked his spot in the final. He's beaten Andreas Harrison 6-2.
You walk.
Just I don't know what it is.
Oh. No. That's right. Okay. $20.
It is final time here in Denmark. The PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour Pro Tour 9 has reached its conclusion, and it's an all Swedish final here at the Slangerup Dart Club in Denmark. Edwin Torbjornsson against Daniel Larsson. Torbjornsson looking to pick up his first ever Pro Tour title, whilst Daniel Larsson, who is already the most successful Swede in the history of the Nordic and Baltic Tour, looking to pick up his 8th title and a first since 2023. I will give a mention as we start this final off. I'm sure many of our people watching this stream will have heard of him. Dean Moss, no relation, mentions that this is a matchup which has got a little bit of a rivalry between it. If you're a follower of the Swedish Super League, Edwin Torbjornsson plays for a team called Belkin, and they beat the team that Daniel Larsson plays for. He plays for Stockholm's Super Darts Club, who are one of the most successful teams in the history of the Swedish Super League. But last week it was Belkin that beat them in the playoffs to become the Swedish Super League champions. So a little bit of a rematch in this one between the two teams.
62.
And it sounds like it was a cracking final as well. When you look at the calibre of players on offer, you've got Edwin Torbjornsson, Victor Tingstrom, and the PDC tour card holder Kevin Dutz in that Belkin team. And then in the SSDC team, you've got Daniel Larsson, Jeffrey de Graaf, Johan Engstrom, Oscar Lukasiak, some top quality players there. So we'll see if it will be another win for Belkin or if SSDC can get a little bit of revenge in this final. Edwin Torbjornsson, just a set-up shot there to leave a double in this opening leg. like all the matches today, it is a race to 6 legs. Torbjornsson coming back for tops to hold throw in this opening leg.
Check.
Big match for him as he looks to become just the 9th player from Sweden to win a Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title. It's been a great run for him so far today. Got off to a hot start, a couple of 6-0 wins, a 6-2 win, and then was up against it in the quarterfinals against Darius Labanauskas. 5-2 up, was pegged back to 5-5, got over the line in the last leg decider, and then in our last match on the stream, we just saw him come through a 6-2 winner against Andreas Harrison, the Order of Merit leader, to deny Harrison a chance to win his 3rd title of the year and move even further clear at the top of the rankings. Daniel Larsson, he's had a very good run today as well. Knocked out 2 PDC Tour card holders, 2 fellow Swedes in Victor Tingstrom and Oscar de Casiak. And then in his semi-final, a 6-3 winner against Marco Cantelli. And just like the first leg, it was a comfortable hold for Edwin Torbjornsson. This looks to be a comfortable hold coming up for Daniel Larsson. He's left himself on 84 after 9 darts.
126. 128. Yeah, sorry.
Torbjornsson way back in this leg. Larsson doesn't need to go for the bullseye here. Sensible play there, 8-8.
Check.
And he pins it. 12 dart holder throw there for Daniel Larsson. Both players are off the mark in this final. A reminder that the streaming action will continue this weekend. We have got Pro Tour 10 coming up tomorrow. There's also another European Tour qualifier taking place later today. That is going to be the qualifier for the Czech Darts Open. One player will book their spot in the field in Prague for that. And then tomorrow it'll be all eyes on the Pro Tour again. We conclude our penultimate weekend of action on this year's Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. The last weekend coming up at the start of August. 2 more Pro Tour events in Norway. And then the top 2 players on the rankings will qualify for the PDC World Darts Championship. These 2 players, it may be a big ask for them to get into that top 2 now. A victory for Daniel Larsson today, and he'll still be the best part of €1,000 behind. For Edwin Torbjornsson, someone that we mentioned earlier, we've not seen a lot of him on the Nordic and Baltic Tour this year. This is just his 2nd weekend that he's played of the season. He'd move into the top 10 with a victory here. But both players you expect to see in the season finale, the Nordic and Baltic Championship, the inaugural edition in October. Which one of them will go into it off the back of a title this weekend? The final is taking a pretty similar pattern so far. Comfortable holds to throw so far for both players. Torbjornsson didn't need to go for the ball there. Lays up to leave double 16. Larsson way back on 257. We've seen Larsson in a final already this season, the last weekend of Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour action in Finland, where he lost out 6-2 to Teemu Harju in the final of Pro Tour 7. This is his 2nd final of the year. Torbjornsson pinning that double 16 to hold throw again. Edges back in front at 2-1. Aiming to join that roll of honour on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Larsson, someone that we've seen many times over the years. We've seen him play in World Championships, both in the PDC, the BDO. We've seen him in the World Cup of Darts in the PDC. held a tour card for a couple of years from 2020 to the end of 2021. Torbjornsson, a lot of the good work we've seen from him has been on the WDF circuit, where we've seen him get to the Lakeside the last couple of years. You may be thinking of an appearance at Ali Pali this year. This run today should get him into that Nordic and Baltic Championship, where the players will be playing for that Jan Hoffman trophy. There will be a spot in the World Championships on the line in that event as well. I'm sure Larson will be thinking the same as well. Again, it's another comfortable hold, it looks like, in this one. No need to go for the bull again. Leaves tops after 12 darts. All Torbjornsson can do is try and pile in a big score. But neither player has really threatened a break of throw in the early stages of this final. And there it is, a comfortable hold again. Daniel Larson tops first dart. We are level again in this final at 2 legs apiece. Who is going to blink first in this final? Nice cover shot there for Torbjornsson. Needed it. Treble 19 with the last dart. Larson looking to move further clear in terms of most titles won by Swedish players on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. He has got 7 titles to his name, all which the closest challengers, there's 2 players, one of them who no longer plays, Magnus Carris, and the other one he's not able to play, Jeffrey de Graaf. He is in that top 64 now on the main PDC Order of Merit, can't come and play in these tournaments. To the next in line, you're looking at players like Andreas Harrison, who we've just seen earlier losing the semi-finals. He's on 4. Oscar Lukasiak, he's picked up a couple of titles, one last year, one this year. They're starting to add to their haul of titles on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Larson picks off the treble with the last dart. But Torbjornsson, with a big visit here, gets himself down to a finish. The bounce out not coming at the right time there, but he's on a finish. He is down to 1-2-1. Larson, what he'd give for a 180 now. Just comes short with the last dart. He does get himself down to a checkout as well. The 1-2-1's not going to go for Torbjornsson. Nice find there with the treble 16 with the last dart. Does leave him on double 18. It's an outside chance for Larson. Perfect first dart. Now will it be treble 19 or treble 15? He may have blocked the tops with that first dart. Well, he does find the treble 15, so it is going to be tops for a 145. Just goes low. You can see on his face there, he felt like that was a dart that was going to be finding its target. He was going to get the finish and get that first break of throw in this final. But Torbjornsson comes back and he hits that double 18. We are still on throw in this final. 5 legs in, 5 legs have all gone with the throw. And it is Torbjornsson, the man looking for his first Pro Tour title here, who edges in front again. Larson will need to break the Torbjornsson throw if he is going to add that 8th title to his name. Had a dart there at tops. Will he get another chance in this final? That was the first real chance we've seen so far in this final of a player breaking throw, getting a dart at a double. Every other leg, it's been a very comfortable hold of throw for the player throwing first. And again, a couple of throws each. The player throwing first has got an advantage. Larson back in that treble again. with a big advantage in this 6th leg. Reminder, it is the 1st to 6 for the title here in Denmark. Who will pick up the first Pro Tour title of the weekend. We have got one more tournament coming tomorrow, Pro Tour 10. Another chance for players to add prize money to that order of merit. But right now it's all eyes on this final. And to see if Edwin Thorbjornsen can get over the line, get that first title to his name. Larsen looking at double 16. Now over to double 12. And he pins it. 83 finish for Larsen. Again, another comfortable holder throw. And we are neck and neck once again, 3 legs each. Now, the last time that Thorbjornsen threw first, Larsen did get that chance at the 145 on tops to break. Can he carve out another opportunity here to get that all-important first breaker throw? Thorbjornsen will have other ideas. He's back in the treble. Larsen coming back at him though. Looking downstairs with the last dart. But right behind Thorbjornsen in this leg. He's got something to think about here. Not having things his own way. Straight ton for Thorbjornsen. Needed another treble to get down to a finish. Larsen, though, will need to be perfect with these last 2 darts if he's going to get to a finish first, which he won't. So 1 treble visit for Larsen. Just 7 points between them in this leg. It does feel like an important leg in this final. But what a time to find this visit for Thorbjornsen. A 1-6-5 to leave double 8. The perfect setup shot for Edwin Thorbjornsen. Can Larsen reply with something similar? Well, he's not going to be down to a double, but he is going to be down to a very makeable 67. Thorbjornsen gets the double 8 with a start in hand. He's not giving up anything in this final. 2 legs away now from winning his first Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title in this battle of the Swedes. We've had 7 legs, all go with the throw so far. Neither player giving up their advantage of throw yet. I feel that if Thorbjornsen could get a break of throw here, 5-3 up, throwing for the match, he'd be in such a good place to win that first title. Larsen, all he can do now is hold throw and look for that break in the next leg as we edge closer to that finish line. Will the nerves start to come in as he gets closer to something he's not been able to do before? Larsen, plenty of experience. You'd say the experience is with him in this final. He's been there, done it. He's wore the t-shirt. He's got a t-shirt for every day of the week. He's got 7 of these titles already. The 135 gets him on the cusp of a finish. Thorbjornsen, he would have needed a treble 19 and a treble 20 to leave the 170. So Daniel Larsen's got a bit of time on his hands here to get this 8th leg won. Once again, ask the question of Thorbjornsen, can you hold your throw? 1 treble visit gets him down to 70. Thorbjornsen, trebleless visit means it's 6 darts at least for Larsen to clean up this 70. Just inside the single 12, it is tops. Goes outside the target, but he will be coming back to level this final up at 4 legs all. And then it will be a race. Still to 6 legs, but a best of 3 legs to decide this final. Larsen looking at his favourite tops. Gets it with a second dart. We are level once again. 8 legs played, 8 legs all won with the throw. What is going to decide this final? Is it going to be a moment of magic, a big finish? Is it going to be a mistake from one of these players? Something's got to give. Are we going to see all 11 legs go with a throw? Or are we going to see someone break and take the advantage in this final? Torbjornsson, if he can hold here, he will go 1 leg away. He will need just one of the remaining 2 legs. He will get 2 bites of the cherry to get it done. And then Daniel Larsson, he'll have to win the last 2 to get it done himself. Larsson performing the better of the 2. If you're looking at the averages, averaging 95 there. His best performance today coming in that quarter-final against Victor Tingstrom when he put in a 99 average. The game before that against Oscar Lukasiak, coming back from 4-2 down to win that one 6-5. So he's not had things all his own way in this tournament so far. Torbjornsson's had to battle a little bit of adversity as well. When he had Darius Labanauskas coming back at him, took him all the way to a decider. And it's fairly close in this 9th leg. So much needed treble 18 with the last start for Torbjornsson.
Yep, so
Gets himself down to a finish first. Larsson, he needs to find at least one treble here to do the same. And he gets it with a first start. Can he pile the pressure in here? Got to be looking for the maximum. Well, it looked like he switched to the 18s there. 115, slightly easier than the 124. But he's going to get a go. 14s. Well, he's gone outside the 14 segment. Was he chasing the treble? Did he want to go for double 11 rather than the ball? A single would have given him a shot at the ball. But he's gone outside the 14s, not got the chance. Can Larsson punish? 115. Back upstairs to the 20s. Not going to get a go at a double.
16.
So Torbjornsson coming back with 3 darts in hand at tops to go 1 away from the title. First dart again for Edwin Torbjornsson. He is 1 leg away from winning his first PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title. He leads this final 5-4. Once again, it is a hold of throw. 9 legs, 9 holds of throw. Can he find the break and get it done here? Or will he have to serve it out in the decider? Both players starting this leg with a treble-less visit. Are we going to go all the way? Well, that's 6 darts into this leg without a treble for Larsson. The door is open for Torbjornsson. If he can find some big trebles, give himself a chance and get it done in this leg. But he just sneaks that dart into the corner, doesn't he? Great last dart there. Nicks a treble with the last dart. Larsson coming back now. Straight ton for Larsson. Torbjornsson looking for cover. Can't pick off a treble on the 19s. You feel like this was a chance for Torbjornsson to get the job done. Larsson looking to make the most of that mini reprieve, you'd say, with those last few visits for Torbjornsson. Well, this is good. Another bounce out for Torbjornsson. Means he's not down to a finish just yet. Larsson will get the first go at a checkout, and it's going to be an easy one, you'd say. A 177 to leave double 12. What a setup shot there for Daniel Larsson. I think we're going all the way in this final. Are we going to go 5-5? Larsson wants double 12. That's a wayward first start. Just resets himself. One more chance. And he gets it. Double 12 with the last start for Daniel Larsson. And we are going all the way in Pro Tour 9. This final, we've had 10 legs. All 10 legs have gone with the throw. Edwin Torbjornsson now throwing first in the decider. If he can hold throw again, he will win his first Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title. If Daniel Larsson can get the first break in this final, it will be an 8th title and a first since 2023. It all comes down to this. We had just under 60 players start this tournament this morning. Now we are down to the final 2, and now we are down to the final leg, one leg of 501, to decide the fate of this title. And that's 2 trebleless visits for Torbjornsson. Larsson looking to make the most of it. And it's another 177. He got one in the last leg to leave double 12. He's just got another one to put himself in control of this decider against the throw. Torbjornsson comes back with a much needed treble with the last dart, but the advantage is with Larsson against the throw here. What can he leave himself on again? Finding that treble 19 to get himself down to a checkout. He will get the first go at a finish. Torbjornsson. It's another one treble visit, or one treble that he wanted. Larsson, 143, is not going to go for the title. What can he leave when he comes back? And it's a great find with the last start. You saw the fist bump there from Larsson. He knew how important that last treble 19 was. He will come back. You'd imagine single 7 for tops to win his 8th Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title. This final, all the legs so far have gone with the throw. But this 11th leg, is it going to be the first break? Is it going to be the title for Larsson? Tops for the title. And that's 2 darts missed, 2 championship darts for Daniel Larsson. Edwin Torbjornsson, is this your moment? 1, 2, 3 to win your first Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title. Needs to find a treble with one of the first 2 darts. Well, the shot's off with that single 3. He's dropped his 3rd dart there. All he can do now is hit the single 20 to leave tops. And Daniel Larsson, 3 darts in hand to win an 8th Pro Tour title. And Daniel Larsson has done it. An 8th Pro Tour title for Daniel Larsson. The Battle of the Swedes. It was a final that has gone all the way to a last leg. The first 10 legs all went with the throw. But in that 11th leg, you can see how happy he is. He's won the title. He's broken throw in the final leg. It's the first Pro Tour title since 2023 for Daniel Larsson, and the most successful Swedish player on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour extends his record at the top. He's beaten Edwin Torbjornsson in the final of Pro Tour 9 by 6 legs to 5.
This. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Good fight. Yeah. Ja, jag måste dra sen bara. Kan man få bryta? Du trycker på varandra. Om det var samma. Ja, exakt. Jag gjorde exakt det. Håll bara surr. Ja, det är yes. Här är jag stannar. Ja, det är vilken, vad är ju faktiskt jättebra.